There we go. Almost wasn't working. Why am I in the corner? Stream Deck, you wanna work? Do I have to move myself manually? There we go. There we go. I thought I was gonna have to manually. Hello. This might make my day better. Have you not had a bad day? I'm sorry to hear that, Egg. But we are playing of the devil, so like, hopefully. I'm personally very excited to play this game. I've heard various mentions of it in the media that I've been consuming. Because I spent various hours of my life watching the Jello Apocalypse Danganronpa 2 playthrough, wherein multiple times they mentioned of the devil and their playthrough that they'd done. And I was like, oh, I want to watch that, but I also want to play it, stay spoiler free. Yeah. But I've stayed true. I've not watched it. I have zero idea of what is gonna happen. Literally anything could happen in this game, and I would not know. But I am excited because it sounds really freaking cool. Was there anything else I had to say? I don't think I had anything else to say. Yeah, we can just go into it immediately. What's the harm? Put me in the fucking corner, Stream Deck. Please. Please, Stream Deck. Stream Deck, you have to work with me. You have to work with me, Stream Deck. Stream Deck. I'm spamming this button. Okay. I'll move myself manually. Whatever. Yes. Of the Devil. I haven't bought any of the episodes, so I only have the free prologue. Because again, I know nothing about this game. How long do you think this will take? Like 2-3 hours? I'm wondering if this is gonna be like one stream or 2 streams. Or if it's a really fucking long prologue. If it goes too long, I can always turn it into... It's like 2 hours? Okay. Yeah, we've got episode 0, buy episode 1, buy episode 2, wishlist episode 3. Obviously I don't have episode 3. I don't have either of these either. But I do have episode 0 because it's free. It do got a funky beat to it though. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, microdose... That's gonna happen a lot. Be prepared for like 17 different times of me just losing my words. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. A holy soundtrack! What? Excuse me? You can't really see it. Well, you kinda can, but I was dancing. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. By the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's liquid crystal display, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. See, if John Carmen were here, he would get that. Or if you just watched the Jello Apocalypse Danganronpa 2 playthrough. It's good. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at the public defender work, no matter the hour. Should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Hello and goodbye, my grandparents require me. Damn. Did you at least catch the reference? Were you here long enough to get the reference? I somewhat doubt it. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Oh, okay. A funky little graphic. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Greater than 3. Got the heart on the end. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Deppel, Episode 0. And he shall appear. I do not want to disable tutorials. Ooh. Okay. Suspect not. Gosh, Morgan, why can't you be real? Understandable, honestly. Understandable. This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you're experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. That's a smart way of avoiding having to put a number in. Precinct 254. 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I see you purple text, and I see that it went into the phone. That's cool. Okay, I'm probably not gonna read the whole thing, like out loud at least. Hollow Daisies. I'll read this bit, because this probably is actually important. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye, viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Okay. I see, I understand. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. What the hell? Ah! Oh, access it from here. Okay. Cool, that's cool. You'd think they treat it with a little more gravitas. Am I cutting out? Do I need to reposition my mic? I don't want to, like, cut out in the middle of a visual novel. That sounds bad. I should only have one more stream after this with this mic. Because then I'm getting my new mic, my expensive Shure mic, which should be good quality. And when I get that, I'm actually gonna like try and do like proper stuff with the song cover, because I haven't forgotten that I want to do that. I just wanted to wait until I get my new mic. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Oh, tutorial. Press the phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check settings. You can toggle on auto-advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So if you don't go broke... Oh, so don't go broke. That's so cool! Observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive. And clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Ooh, earn your first credit. Okay. It's cool that it's chips. I like that. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but My phone's made of the same stuff and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Interesting. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook could teach freshman level architecture. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Oh, okay. Minigame. Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically comprised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, alright, this is a character that's going to come up later. For the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. I see. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, the tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Jesus Christ, this is long. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not understand. Are we to... It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Okay. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'd reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. Right? Subterra were too high budget, so they'll focus on the canopy. That was what I got from it. Yes! I am literate. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lines the pocket of a load of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. I like that they point that out to you, and I hope they keep doing that. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning! Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Oh no, that was Morgan, sorry. It said question marks, so I thought it was still the desk, but the desk is called the desk. Hold up. Backlog. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Scan my card or scan my face? They said provide ID. So scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday is on the damn ID card. And my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... Fuck, okay. Phone. Profiles. Morgan. December 26th. Okay. I'm so glad they let us check. Likes puzzles, smoking, and wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. Talent can fall asleep in any position. Coffee decaf. Drink whiskey sour. I see. She's a horse if she can fall asleep like that. Okay, data pads. Lightweight portable electronic devices known as data pads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Okay, so it's high-tech newspapers. Ideal for privacy and security. Location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. An industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, I skipped a whole line. Conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. Okay, I see. 100 different patented varieties, different use cases in industries and environments. Fairly lightweight and fragile, except for a small handful formulated for military and security applications. Makes sense. Frequently accused of engineering obsolescence by consumer rights groups. I see. So it's like when iPhone purposely make your they purposely make your phone start to deteriorate after a while, or whatever it is they do. I'm not saying they do anything, obviously, but like, phones get old, you know, that's definitely what happens. Legally speaking, of course. Anyway, December 26th. Perfect! Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. I need to stay hydrated. Nothing to see but their own reflection duly warped across gunmetal walls. Oh, it might be Dolly. Yeah, because it's two L's. Fully misread that. Whoopsie. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward would cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you may have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I can send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are most fun to mess with anyway. I'm gonna check automated dependent. The legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD and commonly referred to in common conversation as AD or ADS. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. ADS are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment, because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs. The term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal, artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. I see. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No, voices. Coming from down the hall. Bad to use. Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you reading about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with a youthful indignation. It's not like our jobs are important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. I'm assuming that's the way around that it's supposed to be. You the lawyer? I am Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. The same here, Counselor. Quasim London, or is it Cassim London? I'm gonna go with Cassim. Cassim London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Oh god, voice crack. Not the right time. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. I got the voices switched? Fuck! Damn it. No, but then... I do see that he does look older, but like... He's also the good cop versus bad cop. And all I had to work with was old versus young. It's fine, we just met them. This is the time where we retcon stuff. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight, we're also your humble guide to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? You can also tell who's talking because the outline flickers when they do. Ah. Gotcha, gotcha. I actually would not have noticed that if you didn't point that out, so thank you. 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls? Plural. Must have been quite the promotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? but I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. I fucking love this sprite so much. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. I love her so much already. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tips you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? It's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. It does kind of sound robotic. I'm not gonna lie. Sounds horrific, sounds robotic. Oh, But we're also trying to play dumb. Well, now I'm just taking a moment to appreciate the character design. Because it's good! Don't think it really matters here because she herself is playing dumb. That makes sense. Okay, I'm going with my gut. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So, all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades, but they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders? Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it. Oh no, that's Ray's. My bad. Oh. I need to pay attention. You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back it up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the arcs, of course. Okay, I've seen a couple things going into terms. Oh, I saw one other thing. Is it? We also have these. Okay. We can go through all of it. Farrah Rays, October 19th. Blah blah blah. Occupation: homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye. OS Iris Elite 86. Interesting. So she's modded, but she has the eye patch over the mod. That is very interesting. Cassim, London, May 5th, blah blah blah. Homicide detective, first class. Likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. You and me both. Listens to podcasts, hobby pencil sketching, frequently running late. Honestly, I could have gathered that from his design, which is good. That's good design. Heartbreak. Uh-huh. That's cool. That's cool. Occupation criminal. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Favorite color? Probably red. Zodiac sign. Probably not into astrology. Reward. Suspended due to influx of false reports. Okay, so people are all over this thing, like, for real, for real. And then we also have ARCS. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations, and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. ARCS systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. It came on public scrutiny. ARCS data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets in the early 2060s. Reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of cell corporations within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARCS technology at the time. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, even though the reports themselves were fake, it's a thing that happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. I see. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney! You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Fuck, I got his voice wrong. Okay. Gotta look around at everything. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Razor's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned, or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Okay, I'm literally feeling about everywhere. So I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, control auto find. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I thought that was going to be more like Danganronpa. I thought it would have pointed it out to me. Latest Noble androids receive a warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose to a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. While some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, the more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors. Oh? How did you get through? Right, why do this? What the frick? Oh, here we go. Ban. Get the fuck out of here. I do not want your AI viewers, bitch. Anyway, yes. In the industrial and military sectors, in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records, with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Assure. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy D's nuts, on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Assure himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading? He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids though. For government use, they're just too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek... Bleed pink, you say? It's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Okay. I need to put my mouse over literally everything, because I did actually miss that. That is there. I don't know if that's going to progress stuff, because it feels like somewhat progression. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide. But I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. It's always until you find everything or choose to continue? Okay. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay, nothing else jumps out at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. I'd say usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. I love that she's rage baiting it. Link.uxi/433511. Alright, if I project it from my phone. Okay. We're going into arcs. Cool, cool. Interesting. Alright. Let's see what the police have... Oh, I figured that was a cutoff. They keep doing that when it's just like an M dash, and I keep thinking it's a cutoff because it's connected to the previous word. Let's see what the police have and what they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death: ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss. Atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else. And no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter. Forensics, all that other good stuff tells them she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Standing in the doorway? Now, I know shooting in the heart would garner a lot of blood coming out, but standing in the doorway and being red-handed, but then the heartbreak killer is said to leave the bodies where they lie. Suspicious, no? That being reverse suspicious. Oh, how else would you get her heart? Oh, is this like an actual, like, extraction of the heart? I thought this was just shooting the heart. The murder weapon. A revolver found right next to her body. Revolver, 6 shots. I knew it was going to be a fucking revolver. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. It's just shot? Okay. I was right then. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. On the victim's body? So the mirror came afterwards, theoretically. What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown, and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flag is irrelevant. That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay, that's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? I want to see if there's more. Huh. Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... Just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSA IDs, and triprexazone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell is messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Red... What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Let's see, this lawyer person that I know, she's currently up late on the job about a homicide case, but what if I asked her to sue my gym teacher? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache. Sad. Gotta be like... youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. It's with the blow-off. Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? I love this game's character design! Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. No, to be fair, iconic. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Oh my god. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hearty B is, like, quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause? Probe knows work? It's pro bono. Hearty B is hilarious, actually. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday, I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 AM, kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Saturday school fucking cringe. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest... Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. They've lost some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger department. Oh, wrong voice. Wrong voice. You're gonna go to sleep, but do you want to hear what you think? What I think of it? Because probably won't wake up for the ending. That's fair. I think it's really cool, and whatever ends up happening, I'll message you about it or something. Because I assume it's gonna be something fairly big. But yeah, see ya. Have a good rest. It's gonna be huge. Okay. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Any day now. Guess we should be expecting those any day now. Maybe android lawyers too. Get some android politicians in and we'd have the full set. Get real. People might like ads who do what they're told, but they despise ads who tell them what to do. I'm not so sure. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job of keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing a real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodworks in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street. A phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rate at all-time highs. But you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about an invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. That makes them predictable. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in this entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. Oh wait, I think that was... Frick. I keep reading their lines as each other. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional, localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. Those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You don't need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. Wait, did I say you do or you would? Oh, you would. I just fully misread that. You'd need to, not you would. They'd have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing. So that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be a coincidence. Wait, so you're saying... Look, I'm yawning. Oh my god. When this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. 8 to 9? That is not small. That's a whole fucking hour. Right on the schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. Another interesting point, HK doesn't leave any fucking traces. No footage and no forensics? Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys oh my god. What is happening? A lucky break for the boys in blue. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something. But I never expected much to come of that. It's just not enough to work with. Oh my god. Ridiculous amount of yawning. In other words, the only thing they could have, oh fuck, to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Okay, timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 PM on the autopsy. Do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to some less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 PM. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. Oh, she took the eye patch off. Oh wow, okay. That's cool. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 PM. And then, there's a gunshot.
scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard enough from concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the box shortly after 9 PM. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 PM, establish a perimeter, enter through the open door at 9:10 PM. And then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point, they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular. Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HOW 85 habilis, industrial grade looks like. Says here, respect for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA. Which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the eye patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. Can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing. Yeah. When did he put it on in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver, and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calva M54, 6-chambered, 10mm. Calva. How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, time-stamped trigger pulls, safety is coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes. How else do you think he'd have gotten away with it 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before upgrade withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far, but now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks... Oh, that was Morgan's line. Whoopsie. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found with the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when officers found him? Guilty. And how was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways, and so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Quite possible he was in shock. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baca Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. That is a fairly sizable time gap to when they went in. That's a 40-minute gap. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. A first degree? That's increasingly rare. To say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times. And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say that he's extraordinarily insane. But nub jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think that this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that, they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women, with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, You should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman. Brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals, for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal execution shots. Even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalike is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. I skipped usually. Whoopsie. If you ask me. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of the line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. But I was hurting. Didn't want you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words enough. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. Lose control. Interesting. But this is a incredibly precise killer. That was difficult to read. Fairly legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, Counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mike's on or off is your call, Counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside, in case anything happens. And the cuffs, the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my arm is practically blinding. Gross. I'll start the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if ever there was one. Why are you green? Even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. Save the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Okay, I want to look through... I've got a lot of things to look through. Like, a lot of things. Okay, virtual work release. Hey there, due to the ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gallet, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. The Opt-in Crime Surveillance System, abbreviated as OPTICS, is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. State employee logins or private partner accounts access it. Users can search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime. Serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People vs. Iran. Users also frequently searched for public safety measures in my area, daily security level. Net scrubbing. The process of macro scraping all unencrypted data in a given time and place. First, the process of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime, and increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relations firms. Brute force work performed by ads. Experience. Supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform. But pollings indicated voters rarely hold a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse. Body modifications, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. A fairly simple for a cyberpunk setting. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, as the expression or identity. Or identity, should that? I feel like that should be of identity. To extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on the section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at. Thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also looked for can you return mods, can you undo mod surgery, best reviewed neural implants 2086. IoT. Internet of Things refers to the networked data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications, and prosthetics, and of course, ads, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. But they can be disabled. Okay. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Heartbreak Killer. Ongoing investigation. Kill yourself. A post-mortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles, commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Also looked for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile. Manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought out by Thortec, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockcoon Defense Corporation. No guns have borne the Campbell branding since the production halted in 2060. The once iconic brand was briefly devised in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. The people did not care. Profiles flat. Arlos flat. Date of birth July 8th. Blah blah blah. First degree homicide. Criminal record. 2 civil disturbances, but no charges. Registered at birth. Modifications. Industrial. Class 4. Known affiliates pending. Psych eval pending. Articles. We read this. Evidence. Lot of evidence. Okay, ARCS data. Augmented reality crime scene data from the victim's apartment. Lossless capture confirms the following. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA present, no unexpected crumbs present, no unexpected fingerprints present, no evidence of digital tampering. Time of death, 9 p.m. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss. Single bullet pierced the subject's sternum, left atrium, and aorta. Death was instantaneous. There's some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Debris. Ceramic debris of indeterminate origin found at the crime scene. Found on the far side of the room by the western window. Technicians note flags are relevant on next pass. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody, taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve that matches that of the victim. Okay. Interesting. Flats note. Glass shards. Pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. Very, very specific wording there. Onto the body. As in, on top of. This mirror was shattered after the murder. Which means it didn't happen during the supposed scuffle. A common brand of pill organizer found in the victim's grasp contains a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications, including immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and triprexazone, prescribed to reduce moderate to severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. The case's clasps are surprisingly difficult to open. I feel like these are Flats medication. I do need to look at the victim and make sure she's not modded as well. But, like, the fact that it's hard to open and there's medication for rejection, and we know he's modded, we know he's getting stuff done at the moment, and we also know that this arm mod of his is strong, very strong. So something hard to open would be helpful, so you don't just break it. Revolver. Calver M54 6-chambered at 10mm revolver. There's fingerprints matching Carlos Backer Flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. Rifling marks match the victim, which pierced the victim. Match the bullet, which pierced the victim, with 99.97% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullets from previous heartbreak killings with 99.98 to 99.989% certainty. No matches to any other archived forensic data as far back as 2051. Suspect's prosthetic. A Howe Industries Habilis 2085 mechanical limb. Boasts an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, and low cost of maintenance. The success of it and its sister products went a long way towards securing state contracts for Howe Industries. An unremarkable ceramic vase found knocked over at the crime scene. Weighty and sturdy, it remains featureless even after being tossed. This vase didn't shatter, but the debris is ceramic, implying it is also a vase, or something of that kind. Why did this one shatter but the other didn't? Interesting. The victim, Diane Dawn, was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Perigee Laboratories, found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with the prime suspect, Carlos Flat. No known connection to previous 8K victims. Not seeing anything about modding. Oh no, maybe I missed it. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Okay. Oh. Carlos Flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos. Farthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... Acting like they were on my side, that they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. And I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? Oh. Okay. I don't want to ask about the murder. I think going straight to about the murder is going to make him clam up. About you seems a little too casual. About the victim. I could start there if I wanted to see what a panic attack looks like. Fuck, I'm stupid. Gory details like these have their own kind of inertia. Hard to get the ball moving, but once it starts downhill. For now, I should just get him talking about anything. We'll get to the juicy bits soon enough. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in? I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. It doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like it the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. No, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit-canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I work the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now, don't need to do too much more than repeat his word back at him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving. No room for engineering? Yeah. and no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah. That. Rejection issues starting last month. It's his pills! I told you, it's his frickin' pills. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving. Never thought this would go on so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger? Couldn't let it get that far. Needed to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. I found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times, but as long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. They've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi. Locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi. How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my damn arm. Damn was not in there, I just added that for fun. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this. What they gave me is a deadweight, 3-jointed, landfill-bait piece of shit! Sorry, it's just... It's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep, or dead. So you were wearing it when you were arrested, seems like the better one to go for. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so... can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as he can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few courses, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, and like... it was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So, her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Peregree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without being a little throat-cutting, but Harco is about as tame as business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah. They loved having her there. She never mentioned any arguments or disputes. Corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright. This, Morgan. I'll try. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing about 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line. And we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah. Walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid. Thick, like mud. While I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics? No, I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But my exact route would help. The cams probably... What? What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This isn't... This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't... Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try to convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. Came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point, I must have started running, because when I got back, I was so out of breath. When I saw that the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't... You live on the first floor, correct? Yeah, first floor apartment, street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed, or she'd fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. Autopsy said she died instantly. Hold on. What the fuck? Or... No, pulse, she was warm. Her blood was warm. Doesn't mean it was pumping. But... I don't have the medical knowledge for this. And I saw... the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be a fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all of your evidence by checking your phone. If clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because it's not registered, it's too old. Not because you were found with it, that's stupid. It's the prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on the gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking, I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went... probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred, which is stupid because of the fucking glass on top of the body. Considering what Carlos just told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. I'm gonna take this moment to look at my phone. That's prosthetic. Submitted 5 weeks ago to adjustment clinic due to user-reported sensitivity issues. Oh, that takes me right out. That's rental. Affordable model. Customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements. Records show that Carlos' flat was provided to this model while his habilis is being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it, currently in police custody. Profiles, flat. It's just, we get to see this and little details. Not gonna read that just yet. We can read this later, because that's gonna take some time. I don't want to lose credit. I don't know if that actually happens in regular dialogue, but yeah. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now, close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. Fucking called it! Fucking called it! And that clock was still on the wall. Chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... Urn? Urn? No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? Thank you, Morgan. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, oh, the little twinkle in her eye. I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR, as did I. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean, this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. Say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down, so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? What? Fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be, like, tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless... Okay, let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway... Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. Oh, what? That's it? That's it. Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there. He shoots people. Through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's going to be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m. June 5th, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke whenever I want. Smoking in a non-smoking area. For a fee. That, $3,000. 3,000 credits. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You have a gamble, Carlos. No, ma'am, I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I'll do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer. If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. And that's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo. Wrong voice entirely. Yo. Ready to confess yet? So I already woke up the DA. Already. She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them simply prefer guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. Flat, shut the fuck up. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for, analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. He wrote a confession. Debris. Ceramic crap. I need to check the facts, actually. Fidget tubbies. Ceramic. That's all I needed to know. He was simply apologizing for this. What the hell is that? I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room. It's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. What the hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that? How is that possible? Oh, how is that possible? Excuse me, you're asking this? The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. You are not helping your fucking case, Flat. You are not helping your fucking case. Damn it. One time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget bob. Fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note, and we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. The fidget tubbies were there before anything happened. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. The rental. Fuck the arcs. The rental. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, she has her own fidget tubby collection. That's what I've gathered from this. You're correct. They hold no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over that loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is left-handed! Oh, he's right-handed, but he only had... I know what I meant. I said it wrong. He's right-handed, but he only has his left hand. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like Asylum Wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyways. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is... What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You're gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? I mean, he doesn't wear an XSS. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. I'm not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. Going there now without hard evidence can't prove a third party. I can prove a third party. We don't have hard evidence! I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the args. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It would be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. Sticks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst. Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket, fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? Are you gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart, by a gun that happens to be an old-world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. Smell, feel, see. This one's hard, actually. What sense you use doesn't matter. I disagree. What you can smell on the coat with your nose, what you can feel on the coat with your hands, what you can see on the coat with your eyes. I don't see why anything other than sight would matter here. I feel like it's sight. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you? Fuck. That's not gonna work. The truth is plainly there, but this isn't the kind of detail you can see with your naked eye. It's coat. Feel. Or see. Or smell. Feel or smell. Fuck, I don't actually get this one. Let's go. No other details of forensic significance found. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody back in the analysis. Blood on the sleeve matches that of the victim with 99.989% certainty. Power Industries. I'm still confused. Fuck. I'm going with smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Aw. No gunpowder. What? Of course, it's an old gun. What about gunpowder? Oh, I don't blame you for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. His bloody jacket. He washed his bloody jacket. Your desperation is showing, Rays. That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless. His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing, as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but the gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. If it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall, I'd say... Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. Right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must have something. She must be bluffing. She has something, that's for certain. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. Oh fuck. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Wait, I lost something from holding my tongue? Was that a guaranteed loss? Or did calling the bluff not call, like, everything? I don't know. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, Counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay. The quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get the shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. I'm scared they can. Because it looks like this guy has one arm. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo? What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. Wait a fucking second. He's still getting used to using his left hand. But if this is a, as you say, heartbreak killer case, a hearty B case, if you will, how is he precise enough to hit the heart dead on 6 times in a row? Sure, it's not hard evidence, but damn if it doesn't throw a spanner in the works. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client, you think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly? Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south, and there's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. Bird's eye view of the crime scene, as discovered by the police, captured within their ARC system, shows the northern window facing the southern hallway where the shooter stood. Northern window, southern hallway. Shows the western window facing the eastern wall. That's rental. Currently in police custody. Flat statement. The mirror was upright. Photograph. Data recovered from an unknown citizen's phone camera at the time of the shooting. This would see. Whoa. Clock. Flat statement. Clock was on the wall. Clock was on the wall. Huh. I can't tell if this implies that in the image, the clock is in the wrong position. Certainly a lead to work with. We are obviously looking straight at the shooter, blah blah, from the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the clock? The clock! It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. She's wrong. I should seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Fuck you. It was taken from the west. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. Now your photo shows us the exact moment of the shooting. And you can now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider clock was on the wall. On the wall on the side where it would only be visible from the west window. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. No, the time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and all the neighbors agree. The time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. Hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. No, but like, to be fair, I gathered that it was on that wall from that image, from that drawing. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the ARCS and show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind, I'll do that now. The important thing is that if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m, same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. There was no physical fight. You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Base, revolver, debris, glass. It's the glass, right? It's gotta be the glass. Because the glass came from the mirror. And the mirror fell off later, and we could prove that it fell off later because there are shards of glass on the victim. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. Glass shards? What about them?
Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. I love it when a good client comes together. Oh, this game is an adrenaline high. I am absolutely playing the other episodes. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, then that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things got complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. We should have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh. Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for us all, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from the north to the south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client, and the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is the mirror. Oh, I have to look at the phone. Shit. Don't want my tracking dying out on me. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes, Jesus Christ. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a noise complaint. It's the mirror. Look at everything else. It's the mirror. Fuck you. What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then, that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't drawn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes is a really novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. With a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever.
The impotent, irrational fury of losing something that you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. It is. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. There's a vampire joke in there somewhere. Ooh. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic of the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for a full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well? Any objections? Detective? God damn it! Oh. If there's one thing you know about me, it's that I love gambling. Show me your hand, flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Prove your client's innocence. Let's fucking go! Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. On you entirely, Reyes. I have no remorse for you. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective, but my work is its own reward. It fucking is. It really fucking is. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin, and then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough, but A serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. Try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean... Thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. What? What? Excuse me? That's the big plot twist? The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with its singular universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 PM, June 4th, 2086. Bullet number 6 of 6. This gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untacked gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Okay, I have too many things that I need to look at. Heartbreak. And it's... Occupation, criminal, defense attorney. Likes, high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes, nosy people, mud, headphones. Hobby, batting cages. Favorite dish, mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. Interesting. Very interesting. Pain or discomfort that the brain experiences as coming from an amputated part of the body. This is a real phenomenon that people feel. I know about phantom pain, so I'm just kind of going to skip over this. Skim it slightly. Psychological conditioning, use of prosthetics, body mod movement. Mod is seen as increased or decreased public empathy for amputees. Phantom visions. Phantom visions are caused by faulty insulation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule a consultation, blah 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 blah. My mod hurts, moderate itching, is my arm haunted. Mod therapy. The process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivities training. Viability medications and minor viral tuning might be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. Cool. That was all I had. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she really think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey, Yeah, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Would they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean organized, even. So the corpse has a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes in each of them. Not a speck of evidence. Nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner, ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but after the first 3? Ugh. Heartbreak killer. Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs, would obsess over something that's none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. Yeah, it's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Fucking aura bombing, holy. 5:01 AM, June 5th, 2086. Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. Ooh, okay. Cool CG, cool CG. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 PM. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 AM, a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, just like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with this case does intimately have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. Wait, that's so fucking smart, what the fuck? That London fellow seems more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. It's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Hey, I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So, when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but... I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. Present evidence. Evidence of what? Evidence that she hated him? Or evidence that she didn't? It's too much to have evidence that she didn't. Or did. Sorry, you've done so much, I shouldn't be placing any more baggage on you. Don't worry about it, Carlos. You can give me baggage if you tried. Ah, 5:01 AM, June 5th, 2086. Long night. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do a white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God, I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court trying to prove its defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. Scary for future episodes. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Scary for future episodes. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. Part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What if they got you doing it this ungodly hour, Emma? New stuff. Emma Rockford, February 13th. New weight listed. The assistant district attorney likes coffee, toffee, haute couture. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain, eggs Benedict. Plays chess, shogi, idle savant stars. Cat person? Yes. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. George Augustus Sala, journalist, 1828 to 1895. Like 2 decades ago at this point. Decade? No, 2 centuries. What if they got you doing it this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well, then you must have been relieved, finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. Oh? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the New Girl. Rays. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So, Reyes told you they had HK in her custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. But when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon, but I can answer that any number of ways. Both of these work. A lucky shot. Oh, that's code. That may be true, but glanced at the report. You glanced at it. No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, his dominant arm, modded, documented sensitivity issues, never could have made shots that clean, not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles, and probably too heavy not to leave imprints. She got all that. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship. Physically imposing. Argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Yeah, right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence of their crimes. Trying to get your dating profile. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who was caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. Theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing? Overkill. Points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal protections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. See, I'm just being a good character actor by yawning. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean... So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on the merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I do not I don't do anything even resembling that. Oh, wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta-statistics analysis. Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out the dips in... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Heartbreak's MO. We're gonna be bringing it to 4 fucking hours, I swear to God. I was told to. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I've found. Are the victims that fit the description? No, but I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look alike each other, but they also all look like a lot of people. That's true. Brown hair, dark eye, brown hair, brown eyes. It's fucking... She's killing people who look like Emma. In this particular case, at least. Hell. They kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. What, don't you see it? What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. I think that's genuine. I think she actually hadn't thought about that. I think this was entirely subconscious. Point is, no one can kill cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I do know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets, 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life mod support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect, so if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish. Cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you that? That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type, in a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I mean I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Oof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid. And detailed. I need to get out more. Or sleep more. Or sleep less but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. The police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0. End. Oh my god, that actually took 4 hours. What do you mean there's more to read? Who the fuck? Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really? Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Wow. Like, wow. I am very excited to get into more of that. Oh shit, Adrienne? Like the In Stars in Time person? Crazy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. To be continued. In. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring someone that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're in a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything that wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too. Compared to determining fall, the determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. God, I fucking love these character designs. Also, don't expect any of these voices to stay consistent in future episodes. I'm sorry. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative, that Heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An Idle Mind. That
That was so fucking cool. That was so fucking cool. Like, oh my god, that was so fucking cool. Episode 0 results. 2 articles of 2 articles. 6 of 6 profiles. 18 of 18 key terms. 16 of 16 pieces of key evidence. 35 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 35 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You have a total of 35 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors, based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Ooh. Okay. I'm just gonna skim this, because I don't have the time. Bonus scenarios. I can't do bonus scenarios. Can't do bonus scenarios. It's 11 o'clock at night. Oh my god, that's so cool. Bonuses. Oh, wait, what? Where was the in bonus? Oh, they all unlocked. Oh, pig. Okay. Wait, how do I get... Is it in the phone menu? I'll figure it out later. The point is... fuck, I forgot. My stream deck isn't freaking working. 1 second, I'm in the corner. Alright. The point is that we beat the game. We beat episode 0. That was really fucking cool. I'm absolutely going to be coming back to this later. And the title of the stream was accurate because of the comment that she made at the end about Emma. Fuck you, I want to see Yuri on my desk by the end of the week. And the week ends tomorrow. Anyway, I need to sleep. I can't be asked to do a raid. I'm just gonna end stream here. Thank you for coming. Had a very fun time. Hopefully we can see you at another stream. Bye bye, ghouls.